Test, test, test. What's going on? Cintran1, let's go. Boy Key, 1 more minute. We are live right now. Can you guys hear me? Check my phone, see if the stream is looking good on my phone. Sometimes it's a little laggy, but it appears that things are good right now. I'm going to turn up my performance settings on my streaming computer so that I can make sure that I'm getting the best frames per second on my stream. GT Surye Tija. Yay, here we go. Placebo, my X17 arrives August 9th. Oh man. Yeah, I think they're running out of stock on all these good computers, all these new computers. Sunboy, what's going on? All right, let's go ahead and open up my benchmark spreadsheet. So these are the past. So this channel is still pretty new. So I only have just a few computers in here right now. Today we're going to be updating this list for the Alienware x17 R1, and you're going to see these stats live. Let's make sure that we have all of our performance settings up here on our X17. Oh, I need to get my face out of the way so I can actually see what I'm doing. All right, so overclock, let's turn that up to 02. Battery saver, no, we want performance. We can try with performance and full speed. We'll see how that does. And then, no, we don't want balanced. We want high performance. So those are all set up, looking good. Let's make sure that our NVIDIA driver is set to game ready instead of studio. NVIDIA GeForce Experience. Ah, boy, yours hasn't even started production. Which configuration did you get? So go into drivers and see what we got in here. Game ready driver, and it's up to date. I already did all that. Just wanted to make sure that game ready was set up. And now let's check out our Geekbench was what I had first. Geek. Where's my Geekbench? I know it was in here. $3080, 32 gigabytes with 360 hertz. Boykey, did you get the 3466 megahertz RAM, or did you get the 3200? Later. Actually, you know what? Since this is a CPU benchmark, we want to actually run with the studio drivers because those are more CPU friendly. From the tests that I've done, you get higher scores for Geekbench, Cinebench, and 3D Mark for the most part when you're using studio drivers. So we're going to go ahead and update the studio driver and run that with Geekbench since that's going to be more CPU heavy. I ordered mine on July 10th with everything at max and 4K display. Wow, so yeah, you should have gotten yours by... Oh no, yeah, July 10th. I ordered mine June 14th and got mine July 15th. So yeah, it took about a month. What's the configuration of your X17? So I'll go ahead and pull up my HW info so you can see all of those stats. So you can see we've got the Intel i7, and we're running with the 3080 graphics card. Let's pull up some of those. It's hard to see on my screen because I'm only looking at my streaming computer, not my main computer. Where's my GPU in here? So one thing that's disappointing with the one that I got, I ordered the 3466 megahertz RAM, and I wish I would have gone on Reddit before I updated the BIOS. But when I updated the BIOS, it capped out my 3466 RAM to 3200 megahertz. So we're only going to be able to test today with the 3200 megahertz. From all the research that I've done and from looking on Dell's website, you can't actually roll back your BIOS to a previous BIOS. They said basically for security reasons or something like that. So unfortunately, I'm not getting the maximum amount of speed on my RAM today as I would have hoped. So keep that in mind. The scores are going to be, or should be higher than what we're going to be getting today. But that's due to me not being able to use the maximum amount of RAM that I purchased. All right, express installation on the studio driver since we're running a CPU heavy benchmark. I'm getting a new laptop and I want to get an X17, but 3070 version starts at 500 GB. Ordered mine yesterday. It's in production. I didn't max mine out. Jonathan S. said you can pick the base configuration and choose 3070. That one starts at 256 gigabytes SSD. That's what I did since I have my own SSDs to put in there. All right, once we get this NVIDIA Studio driver updated and installed, I wish that they would keep the drivers on there without you having to reinstall them every time you switch back between the Studio driver and the Game Ready driver. But from the tests that I've done, it does actually make a difference. All right, just a little bit more time on that, and then we're going to run the CPU benchmark. I ordered it on July 9th and in the Asian side of the world. So on the Asian side of the world, do you guys typically get your computers later or sooner than in the US? All right, close that. Make sure there's nothing else running that could be slowing down the machine before I run this. Get my ugly mug out of the way so I can see what I'm doing there. Pause syncing. We definitely don't want any OneDrive to be updating while we're doing this. We want the least amount of things running as possible. You know, I'm even going to close down Steam because we don't need Steam right now. But everything else in here should be pretty minimal things that don't really matter that much. All right, let's go ahead and run the Geekbench. See what we get. I meant that the one that I wanted was X17 3070 with 500 gigabytes, but that starts at $2,500. I don't know why I said 500 gigabytes in my last message. Yeah, I would think that China should get things before anybody else since there's so much that's produced in China. Blackline style, how long did they say that yours is delayed till? Ordered June 19th, supposed to arrive this week, now delayed to August 17th. Wow. Wow, so you gotta wait 2 months. That's crazy. I don't know what it is that all these computers are getting sucked up so quickly. I was looking at ordering a GE76 so I could test out one of those this coming up week, and it looks like all those are getting sucked up. And I saw a Legion 5 Pro on Walmart, and I was planning on purchasing one of those for our review either next week or the week after that. And there were several in stock for the past few weeks. I just checked today, and now there's no more Legion 5 Pros online for me to get anywhere, except for I think on Amazon. But that kind of buying on certain parts of Amazon kind of gets me a little nervous sometimes, because sometimes when I go into the return policies of these third-party sellers, they're very wishy-washy, or they say there's a 50% restocking fee if I had to return it for something. But for the most part, most of the computers that you can buy on Amazon don't have those ridiculous return policies, but I would definitely check into each seller before you purchase something. All right, let's see what we got here. 1505 single core score and a 9133 multi-core score. Let's go ahead and put that in our spreadsheet. Paste. Got to type it in manually. 1505. And multi-core 9133. So you can see, compared to the other computers that we've been running, the Gigabyte Aero 15 actually had a better single core score than the X17. But you're also looking at a Ryzen 9 with this one. We're only running i7 on this Alienware, so a 1505, pretty good compared to all the other scores that I've been getting on here. And 9133 is the highest score that I've gotten anywhere, except for on the desktop that I reviewed, the Alienware Aurora R12. That one performed a little lower than it should have. But yeah, so you can see that it's pretty close up to there with a desktop PC. Let's go ahead and run. Actually, we're going to run the CUDA after we switch back to the game ready driver, since that's going to be using the graphics card mainly. So let's go ahead and run into Cinebench, since that uses a lot of the CPU. Go ahead and snip this, take a picture of that. Create a new folder for the live benchmarks. I ran some pre-benchmarks in here. Geekbench. All right, let's check out Cinebench. See what it does with that CPU. Let's pull up Afterburner so we can see what our temperatures are doing. Well, there's double me. How did that happen? I don't want double me. Never want double me. Remove. There we go. All right, let's see what some of these comments are saying. Minimize that. Will in India, Dell launch the M17R3 now? Wow. They need to work on a better relationship with India and give you guys some computers sooner than that. The biggest delays that I've seen, which just baffles me, are on the Legion, the Lenovo Legion computers. If you want to get a Lenovo Legion 7 AMD, you have to wait 4+ months, it says. It says I guess there's a lot of shipping delays right now due to COVID. Nothing like watching some render buckets. I know I always say this, but from a 3D guy, watching render buckets is actually pretty soothing. Oh, you just got a Legion 5 Pro, Mohammed? Where did you purchase it from? The only place that I saw it available was Walmart, and then a little overly priced on Amazon. But that specific seller on Amazon made me a little nervous because it said in his return policy that it could be up to 50% restocking fee if I had to return it. But yeah, for those of you that are just jumping on the chat right now, if you've purchased the X17 already, make sure that when you get it in, you do not update the BIOS. Or if you got the 3466 megahertz RAM, updating the BIOS caps it back down to 3200 megahertz. So for these tests, we're not able to use my entire 3466, which is unfortunate, but just forewarning you guys on that. So far, I'm really liking the laptop a lot. I did the BIOS update manually, so you shouldn't have to worry about it doing that on purpose, or doing that without your knowledge. I would update all of your Windows updates, though. But yeah, usually when I get a new computer, I run all of the latest updates to make sure everything is where it needs to be, or where it's supposed to be. And unfortunately, I should have read through Reddit when it came to the BIOS updates, because it sounds like there's several other people that had that issue, and I could have avoided running into that. Oh, and another exciting thing that I just figured out as I was doing tests and research for the review, the macro keys that everybody is upset about, they're not actually removed. The media keys that are now there on the right side of the computer, those work independently, which is awesome. I love those media keys. It appears like they replaced the macro keys, but the macro keys are now pushed up to the F2 to F6 keys. So when you go into your Alienware Command Center, those are now the green buttons that you can drag different actions and shortcuts to. You can even see the macro icons on each one of those. So now you have 5 macros instead of 4 macros. And we now have a function lock option on the keyboard. So if you hit function escape, there's a little lock button on the escape. When you hit function escape, it now makes it to where all of your F keys will work individually, independently of the function key. So now whenever you hit F2 through F6, those will act like your macros that you used to have, which is pretty cool. So now you have all of your F buttons at the top, which I can't remember the last time that I've used an F button without the function key on my Alienware M17. So to be able to just press one button with all of those top keys is pretty awesome. Oh, okay, so you got the Legion 5 Pro from a local shop. That makes sense. Yeah, the X17s and the X15s are pretty hard to find right now. I know Best Buy sold out of them. You can't find them on Amazon, not even expensive versions on Amazon. I bet you can find them on eBay, but I mean, who wants to pay eBay prices for a computer right now? Is the RTX 3080 the mobile version or the full desktop GPU like the Area 51 models? Um, I I don't think it's a full desktop GPU version like the Area 51 models. Um, it is super fast from the pre-tests that I've done. So I guess it all depends on what really matters is the numbers that it pushes out. And I was getting close to 165 watts total graphics power on some of the pre-tests that I did. So I mean that's a lot of power that it's pushing through, and it's not getting that hot. I mean especially the exterior of it when my Alienware M17 just going on to Google, my keyboard can get pretty hot. Wow, July 2nd. Man, I guess I am pretty ecstatic to have gotten mine within a month, considering all of these delays. Yeah, it says total graphics power of 140, and then with the extra boost can bring it up to, or 150, and then with the extra boost it can go up to 165. Just came by to say I got the 10. Thank you. Oh, no problem, Loading. Yeah, if you guys don't know, Loading was the Amazon gift card winner of this week, and he lives in Canada. So I went online to try and figure out if I could give him a Amazon.ca gift card, and it didn't look like it was really possible for me to purchase one of those from the U.S. for him. So I just gave him a $10 PayPal. All right, looks like we only got one more minute to see what our CPU multi-core score is going to be. Yeah, sorry, 140 watts with a boost of up to 165. 25 watt boost. I'm going to go on the review or the unboxing of this video and post an updated message so that anybody that stops by there can see that we're actually live right now. All right, the last few buckets. MSI GE76 or Alienware X15. Well, it looks like the Alienware X17 is pushing pretty close numbers to the MSI GE76. from some of the other reviews that I've seen and benchmarks of the GE76, it looks like it's pushing a little bit higher numbers than what the X17 is currently pushing. All right, the CPU multi-core score is 13,518. So you can see here, that is, or no, that was it. Was that my multi-core, single core? Sorry. Yeah, that's the multi-core. So you can see that is the highest score that I've ever achieved. I don't know what was wrong with my Alienware R12 desktop computer, why the multi-core score was only 9307, but 13,518, that's a pretty awesome score. So I plan on getting a GE76 soon so I can kind of test that one out because I've been hearing a lot of good things about that. It's also less expensive. So let's try out this single core score, see what we get here. In my opinion, if you want to game on this machine, i9 is overkill. Yeah, that's probably right. I'm not sure if the GE76 has G-Sync on the screen. Boykey said, "Can we all get a piece of your X17?" Yeah, I've got a miter saw. I can cut it up in probably about 15 different pieces and then mail it out to you guys. That way you all get a little bit. John Anderson, welcome to the channel. Thanks for the sub. The X17 with an RTX 3070 should be great for gaming, right? Yes, it definitely will be great for gaming. On a lot of the other gaming PCs that I've looked at, a lot of them shared a similar total graphics power between the 3070 and the 3080, so there wasn't going to be hardly any difference to spend that kind of money to upgrade to the 3080. That's actually different with Anand Prakash. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the sub. But with the X17, I can't remember actually, let me, no, I don't want to mess this test up. If somebody wants to look on the Dell website real quick, the total graphics power is quite a bit more on the 3080 than the 3070. So there actually is a benefit in getting the fastest GPU for this computer. The Fatal Potato GE76 is not less expensive. X17 has more options that raises prices. If you get the same specs for X17, GE76 and X17 are the same price. Okay. Yeah, I haven't put them side by side. I've just looked at the rough numbers, but that makes sense. I'll have to look more into that. But yeah, they definitely both seem like really good computers. With new BIOS updates on the X17, I'm sure it's going to be getting faster than what it appears we're getting right now. 3466 megahertz RAM is really fast RAM. Just wish that I was able to test that with you guys here today. But like I said, with some of the people in the beginning of this chat, the BIOS updates capped me back down to 3200 megahertz. Origin PC, Oliver Veerpen said, Origin PC made a laptop with a 3080 that can reach 180 watts or 185 something. It has a desktop CPU too. That's crazy fast. Do you know how much the Origin PC was, Oliver? Sanjay Nair said the X17 RTX 3080 has a brick power adapter. Yeah, it is. It's heavy. It's massive. I mean, it is big, but if you guys go into one of my earlier videos, when I first started this channel, I reviewed a laptop bag. The outside pocket of that laptop bag is plenty big to carry that around. Yeah, it's plenty big. Is my microphone going out? It sounded like there's like a little pop or something in there. 5K, wow. Placebo, I hope my X17 doesn't delay as much. I live in South Africa and it'll be just 3 weeks in my apartment, so if it delays more than that, I'll probably hang myself. Well, please don't do that. It's just a computer. Just know that if you don't hang yourself, there will be way, way better computers that you can buy and have fun with 5 years down the road that you have to look forward to. I've been looking into the RTX 4000 series. When those come out, apparently that is a giant leap forward into the future as far as speed. I don't know when it's coming out, but I think they were saying that it was posting like 70% increase in speeds. J-Ray, aesthetically, the 3080 X17 is the only version with RGB touchpad, if anyone cares. That is true. If you want that RGB touchpad, which, by the way, looks fantastic. I complained about that, or kind of jokingly complained about that in my M17 video. And they brought it back. I have a little, what do you call these things? A little fuzzy guy cover for my microphone if my P's were popping at all. Kind of sounded like there might have been some popping. Does this sound better when I have the little fluff ball on the microphone to you guys? Puff ball. Just know my mouth is pretty close to the microphone. Not want any loud popping noises in your ears. Mohammed said, I'm upgrading from the Asus G75 2VS to Legion 5 Pro, and it's almost 5 kg as well. Boy Key said, bruh, quarantine made me into a computer fanatic. Yeah, there's a lot more time for research when we're sitting at home. Got 1 minute and 50 seconds left on this. So in real life, I don't usually talk that much, and I don't usually drink that much water, but talking a lot on this stream, I don't think my mouth is used to that, so it gets dry really quick. That's why I got this large mason jar of water that I keep going back to. Placebo249 said, my last laptop was 2017 R4 1080 Alienware, so I'm pretty excited for this upgrade. Wow, yep. From 2017 to 2021, you're definitely going to be pretty happy with this computer. Can the X17 with an RTX 3070 be able to run an external monitor with a quad HD 240 hertz screen? Sanjay asked. I wouldn't see why it wouldn't be able to do that. Placebo2494. Yeah, I was just talking to you, but thank you for subscribing. But yeah, the 24 hertz screen external monitor, there shouldn't be any reason why running that HDMI from your computer would run really nicely on that. So let's open up Afterburner. Look at these temperatures real quick. So running this test, we're in the 70s with the CPU. GPU temperature. Is that really the GPU temperature? 47? Yeah, I guess that makes sense because we're running a CPU benchmark right now. So yeah, these temperatures are not very hot at all. When you're rendering, that's using your CPU to the max. Oliver Veerpin, rumor has it that the 4K version has a mux switch but will be unable in future upgrades. I haven't heard about there being a mux switch in this 4K version. I know that the FHD 360 hertz display version of this laptop has advanced Optimus, which is better than a mux. So for people that really want that mux, I advise you to go with the FHD display. So after these buckets, we're going to be going on to our next benchmark tests. Which that one is 3D Mark, which runs CPU and GPU. But I think it's more important to optimize that for the graphics card, so I'm going to switch back to the Game Ready driver in NVIDIA GeForce, or the NVIDIA Experience, so that we can get the highest numbers as possible. From some of the reviews that I've seen, it looks like the thermal limits on the X17, where people were starting to cap out, was about 100 degrees. Oliver Veerpen, the 4K version, does it have Optimus? No, unfortunately, the 4K version does not have Optimus. But as long as you're getting really good numbers, which we'll find out today, I mean, that's all that really matters, even if it doesn't have Optimus. Are you going to overclock this live? I think if I have time at the end, that I might overclock live, just in case like that crashes the machine. case like that crash. Wow, it caps out at 80 degrees. Do you ever do any overclocking with throttle stop, Brandon? I ordered 4K display version. I've never used 4K screen on a laptop before. What's your opinion of it? My opinion of used to be of 4K was that it was incredibly unnecessary, and for the most part it is. You don't really need it on pretty much everything. One thing that I did notice it to make things a lot more beautiful on was games that tend to have a lot of edge aliasing. So the games that are already kind of pushing the graphics card really hard, they don't really have much of an anti-aliasing filter or algorithm on the edges to where you see a lot of pixelation. When you go to the 4K on that, um, you don't have to run those graphics card heavy algorithms on it to do the anti-aliasing anymore, so you can get really nice sharp edges. So when I was looking at it with my Forza Horizon 4 test, I mean, when you're up close to it, you can tell a difference. Um, but yeah, for the most part, it's not too necessary. The 360 display has advanced Optimus, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that is correct. Optimus will work if an external display is plugged in, right? I think that Optimus is no longer necessary when you're plugged to an external display because you bypass everything because the HDMI port is connected directly to the GPU. So it's not running through anything else. You're just going straight from GPU to the monitor. Brandon said, yeah, I tried throttle stop, voltage limiting, all of that helps a little, but still hit the thermal limits eventually on long hours of gaming. Might try to repaste as the last option, but not confident. Yeah, I've never done any repasting before. That kind of stuff makes me a little nervous, but I think eventually I'll start getting into stuff like that. So, looking at the ranking so far, it's up there with the CPUs. It beat out an Intel Core i9 down there in the middle. Another AMD Ryzen Threadripper. What about temps? I'll pull those back up again. So yeah, during rendering it kind of goes like up and down and up and down and up and down, but you can see kind of the highest that it got up to was 80 right there. Kind of stays more in like the mid 70s on heavy rendering. Let me listen to my fans. Yeah, the fans don't sound too loud. .4K display doesn't have G-Sync, right? You think that would be a problem? No, it doesn't have G-Sync, but I think it has V-Sync. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Yeah, it has VSync. All right, so the single core score we got was 1471. Very nice. Can see the Gigabyte Aero 15 beat that single core score. That was also an i7, so that's pretty interesting. The multi-core score, the Alienware did way better, but for some reason the Gigabyte Aero on the single core with the same processor, I can't remember if that was an HX processor though. It might have been an HX. HX processors utilize a lot more power. I'm going to update this list too with a more specific version of each of these CPUs. So when I do comparisons, we'll get better numbers or get a better idea of what we're getting. All right, so for 3D Mark, we're going to move back into the Game Ready driver. I'm going to go ahead and take a snapshot of this for the review. Boy Key, farewell, fellow gamers. See ya, Boy Key. Thanks for hopping on. Yeah, the R12 was a bit of a letdown. It had fast speeds, but I mean, it's a desktop. It should be pushing crazy speeds. So I'm going to go ahead and close this now. Move back to the Game Ready driver. Make sure we're getting our fast. I hate that you have to do express installations every time you switch back and forth, but that's all right. Voss said, I just got an R12, but not much for gaming. Would you mainly get the R12 for, Voss? Sanjay said the Alienware x17 is my first ever laptop. Well, you're in for a treat because this is by far the fastest laptop that I've ever used overall. There was a couple areas where, but I mean I'm only using the i7. The main reason I got this was for the super powerful GPU, which we're about to see the power of here in a sec. Just get these CPU scores out of the way, because I know everybody's really interested to see exactly what this GPU can do with 165 watts. I'm a futures trader and I run heavy trading softwares. Okay. So Voss, you probably need a super fast internet connection for that, right? So that you can make your trades faster than anybody else. I've always heard that split-second decisions make a huge difference when it comes to trading. Would you recommend this laptop for gaming classes and a second monitor? Are you asking me what second monitor I would recommend, or to use this laptop as a second monitor? Yeah, this would definitely be a great laptop for gaming classes. Have you looked into the Legion 7i? The pre-builds with 11980HK and 3080 for 32 gigabytes are now shipping next business day for $33.29. I have looked into the newest Legion 7i. I've already got a Legion 7 AMD being worked on right now. I'm gonna have to wait for 4 months on that. But yeah, I've been thinking about the Legion 7i. I know a lot of people keep asking me to run AMD computers. All right, so now we're back on the Game Ready driver. Let's go ahead and get 3D Mark running while we're talking about this. See if my volume's up. I like to hear this usually. I like these animations on the Time Spy. Okay, volume's up. I wonder if it makes a difference on whether I'm in 4K or 1080p. For this test. Probably not. I mean, can I use 2 extra monitors and use it for gaming and online classes? Yeah, you'd definitely be able to run 2 extra monitors on this one. Sathur Suresh X17 with RTX 3070 versus X15 with RTX 3080. Which one would be best option? I know X17 pushes more watts, so that's why I'm comparing both the models with different GPUs. That's a good question. X17 with 3070 versus the X15 with 3080. I can't remember what watts the RTX 3080 on the X15 were pushing. I'd have to look at those numbers right next to each other. Let me know if that volume's too loud. Charlie said, can't wait to get mine ordered. 22nd of June was delayed till August 11th. Oh, man. Everything's getting delayed. With student discounts plus Rakuten, I was able to get that Legion 7i pre-built for $2,900 after taxes. Very nice. Doing a back-to-school day promo with 10% off. Awesome. Sibo said, did you get the Cherry KB? So what are your thoughts on it? Because I got the Cherry KB. I don't know why. I was just hyped on adding every feature. I love this keyboard. I mean, honestly, it feels amazing. Comparing it, I compared it a little bit in my unboxing video with my M17, but I don't know if anybody's had an M17 or what you're upgrading from, but when you push on one of the corners on a key on the M17, I mean, it's wobbly. You can feel that it's kind of guessing. Sathurashan Suresh, thanks for the subscribe. Yeah, you can feel that the key is wobbling. Ken Ramos, welcome to the channel. But on this MX keyboard, it's really awesome because anywhere that you press on the key, it goes straight down. You can feel the metal springs or the metal mechanisms underneath. It's got a very, very nice click feel. It sounds, I mean, it's louder. I don't know how important it is for the keyboard to be completely quiet for you. The M17 is definitely a very quiet keyboard, but I think it's a very soothing sound on this Cherry MX keyboard. Yeah, the temps are definitely looking good. Staying in the 70s. This is a pretty intensive test. Look at that GPU pushing 160 watts right now. Just pushing the crap out of that thing. Just juicing it. Charlie said it'll be worth it. Dell gave me a 17% off total, so I only paid $28.50 after they gave me another $100 off for the delay. Nice. So how did you get 17% off? Did you do one of those tactics where you chat online with one of their sales guys? It seems like a lot of people are getting really good deals by just chatting with one of their salespeople. Is this with liquid metal pre-installed? I'm not sure about that. Justin, today's stream has so many people. Nice. Yeah, it's definitely a lot more than typical. People are really wanting to know more about the X17 versus the last computers that I was doing. I really liked the Gigabyte Aero 15. Kind of makes me sad that nobody sees how good of a computer that is. It just gets it's underrated. The X17 is definitely awesome and a better computer, but the Gigabyte Aero 15 does not get the attention that it deserves. When recording while benchmarking, reduce performance. No, because I'm actually doing the streaming on a different computer. I have a streaming capture device that I am going from the HDMI out on the computer to the streaming capture device. So the tests that we're seeing today are more in lines with what you'd be getting running the games on an external monitor. So slightly more than what you would normally see just running straight to your display. So if you guys want to keep that in mind. But we're also, for the people that are just now jumping on, we are running only 3200 megahertz of our 3460 megahertz RAM, because if you update the BIOS, Dell did something where it caps it back down to 3200 megahertz. So for those of you that have purchased this game already, or this computer already, do not update the BIOS, because it'll cap you back down. But that's only if you got the 3466 megahertz RAM. All right, so these are some pretty good scores. Graphics score 12316. Let's go ahead and put that in. What was that overall score? 12012. And CPU score was 10541. So look at that. Other than the Legion 7i with an i9 processor, this was the Legion 7i from last year with the 280, but that's an i9 processor. That's the only computer that I've reviewed that did better with the CPU. Surprisingly, look at my Alienware Aurora R12 with the i9. The Aurora R12 is the only computer with a graphics score higher than my X17. And overall, yeah, these scores are just fantastic. And some of you guys were asking questions about the GE76. I believe the GE76 posted scores that were just slightly above this. I think Alienware just looks so much more. It just looks beautiful. That's always a factor in how they look. But we're going to be running actual gaming tests here in a second. But first, we're going to go back to the Geekbench, run our CUDA test, and see what we score with that. See what some of these questions were. Oliver said, "Is the CPU user upgradable for the X17?" No, I would definitely say it's not, unless you really know what you're doing, because you can't access it from the back panel. You got to take a lot more out. Cordy said, "Don't buy the laptop in India. Wouldn't recording." Okay, I already answered that question. Yep, the X17 is going to be my first Windows device. Been a Mac user since the past 10 years. Now currently on MBP 13 i7. All right, so I'm going to minimize this, answer a few more questions while I'm running the CUDA test. Let me snip this real quick. Full screen snip. .3D mark. No, Steam, go away. We're trying to run another benchmark. So let's bring back up Geekbench 5, run that CUDA test real quick. CUDA. Zeem said the nose cam killed that one for me. Yeah, that was a factor. On the Gigabyte Aero 15, the camera being at the bottom, just up towards your nose. That was kind of weird. Let's see. Without a number pad, kind of bummer though. Winter 991 said. Wow, that was a quick benchmark. 140,488. That's what I like to see. It's always a good day when pretty much every score is your highest score you've ever seen. That just makes me happy. Love when that happens. Oh, not 438, 488. Go ahead and snip this real quick, and then we're going to do some gaming benchmarks, which you guys have all been waiting for. All right, so as I'm doing this, let me show you guys which games I currently have right now, and first request gets the first benchmark. So we've got Apex Legends, Cyberpunk 2077, Grand Theft Auto 5, Shadow of a Tomb Raider, The Witcher, and then I've also got Forza, Fortnite, Call of Duty Black Ops 4. What else did I have in here? Actually, in my benchmarks, it shows me all of my different games. Oh yeah, and then Warzone. Oh, Minecraft. I did not download Minecraft for this one yet. Okay, let us. I did not snip that yet. Let's snip my Geekbench CUDA. Full screen snip. All right, I'm going to go ahead and run Forza since I really love that benchmark. Well, I made that overlay pretty nice and big, didn't I? Can't see what I'm doing. Options. We're going to start with 1080p. Frame rate unlocked. Got ultra settings on. Very good. Save that, and now let's see what we get. And benchmark mode. All right, let's answer some of these questions. Oh yeah, the winner 991 said, without number pad, kind of a bummer though. Kind of, but since then I found an app for my phone that allows me to run that as a number pad for my computer next to the computer, which surprisingly was pretty awesome to use. I'll put a link of that in the description. And then a lot of people were also talking about external number pads being pretty portable as well, and also pretty inexpensive. So that's something that you can add on. I know for some people it's kind of annoying. I don't use my number pad too often, but those are some nice solutions for not having a number pad. Let's see what we got here. Placebo249 said, since there's not much X17 review so far, I've been waiting for your live since Sunday. LMAO. Anyways, from now on, I'll definitely be checking your channel more often, man. Thanks, Placebo. Appreciate that. Original the creator said, hope they give y'all the BIOS update to enable Muck Switch. That's a major performance. Untapped. Oh, what just tapped in my chat? It scrolled me all the way down to the bottom. Sorry, I just lost my place. Oh, wow, there's a whole bunch of chats since I... Okay. Sammy K, he asked if I saw the chats. Yeah, I'm reading through them right now. I was going to read through them as these benchmarks were running. Oh, let me go ahead and... Performance summary, achieved 166 frames per second. Look at that. Don't worry, guys. I'll be answering your questions in the chat. I just like to address those and talk about those while the benchmarks are running, so that there's no dead space for anybody. Let's go ahead and add that in. 166 frames per second. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with my R12 that day. Look at that, 89. That's pretty low. 166, just blared through any of the other competition, any of the other reviews that I've ever done. I think I'll wait to do 4K for each of these games since I have to change resolution settings on my streaming computer and the regular computer. I won't have to go back and forth doing that. Let's see what my temperatures were looking like when I was running that game. Kind of an average base. So it looked like it jumped up really quickly to 91 after the game. I'm not going to really count that as during gameplay. 82. Max we got on the GPU was 68. So I'm going to say 82 CPU, 68 GPU. So performing that well, it's still keeping temperatures in check, so that's pretty good. Don't worry, guys. As I run the other benchmarks, I'm going to be reading through all of your comments. I'm not going to leave any question unanswered. Let's go ahead and close Forza. Tomb Raider is a nice benchmark that I can run and talk while doing, so I'm going to go ahead and run that one. That's a major performance untapped compared to connecting it to an external display. Yeah, I'm running an external display right now. Basically, my display is my streaming computer. So sometimes my mouse looks like it's going a little slow. That's because after what I'm doing with the mouse, there's a little bit of a delay from what I'm seeing on the streaming computer within Streamlabs. I'm curious, do you guys know that people who made Origin PC, are they the same people who started Alienware? I do not know about that. Isn't the MSI just a rebranded Sager with some tweaks? I'm not sure about that. Make sure my settings are up there. 1920 by 1080, yep. Graphics. So some people only have this test on high, not highest. I always run highest. So if you see some scores that are a bit higher, make sure that you're checking to see if they're in highest graphics preset or in just high. Let's go ahead and run that while I answer some more questions. You can stretch the R23 score to 15,000 by updating the driver in BIOS and also enabling core overclocking in the BIOS. Okay. Yeah, I just have all the default standard overclocking right now. I have updated the latest NVIDIA drivers. Sammy K, how's it going? What's up? Holy crap, that's a darn good one. I think he's talking about that last benchmark. Sammy K, yes, I do see the chats. Sorry, I'm just reading these kind of from the past. Bedge Gown, can you share the Google Sheet? Sure, I can. I'll put that in. That's in Google Drive right now, so I can put a link to that in the description so you guys can see basically all of my stats for each computer up against each other. Sammy K, GTA, okay, I can jump on that one since that looks like it's the first request. I don't know what happened to my my game save from my last computer, but when I go into Grand Theft Auto, it started me at the beginning. So, Sammy K, if you know where, I don't know if I was doing something wrong within Steam on why I was having to start back from the beginning, but that's basically what I'll have to start the benchmark for that one because uh, when I jumped on a little test with that, it wasn't bringing me back to where I was before, where I was actually being able to drive the cars and test out the graphics the best. Tag Joker said, which would you say is the best, X17 or the Aurora R12? And both devices are all maximum upgraded. Well, as you can see from my benchmark tests, it seems, at least for, I don't know if there was something specifically wrong with my Aurora R12, but I can bring up those benchmarks again. I'll also put them in the description, but I was not getting the highest results with my Aurora R12 for some reason. So there's actually quite a few scores on this X17 that was scoring higher than that desktop PC. I'm gonna drink some water real quick because my mouth gets pretty dry. Sam said, are you liking the laptop so far? I am absolutely loving this laptop. If I made more money, I would definitely upgrade, keep this one, but I'm going to be sticking with my M17 because $3,400 is a little bit too much for my budget right now. Trying to make YouTube full-time in the beginning is definitely very tight on money. Luckily, my wife is making a little bit more money with photography now, but still, I can't actually personally keep a $3,400 laptop. Winter911 said, what is MUX? Sorry. So basically, the way I understand it is that computers that don't have MUX, there's an extra step that your graphics card has to go through before getting to the display. So that kind of slows it down. A MUX switch basically enables your graphics card to have a direct, straight connection to the display and bypass I believe your CPU. So that extra step usually gives you a little bit lower frames per second, but being able to bypass that with a MUX switch when you need it to helps you in gaming a little bit. Humble Gamer said, is i7 10750H RTX 3070 Max Q considered high-end? Yeah, I'd consider that high-end. The i7 10750HX would be a little bit faster because it's a higher powered CPU, but the one that you're talking about is still pretty fast. Could you do Red Dead Redemption 2? I have not installed that one. I think I'm going to start putting that, downloading that in my benchmark test. Yeah, I haven't purchased that one, but enough people have requested it that I might go ahead and purchase that. Let's go ahead and type in these benchmarks. Average frames per second, 89. Interesting. $89 seems a little low. What have I gotten before? Yeah, my Razer Blade 14, I got a 99. I wonder what's causing this one to not get as high as it should. Nick Hill just subbed. Thanks for the sub. All right, so these other benchmarks require my actual attention for playing the game. So let me jump in here real quick and answer some questions. Charlie said, right now, only the 3060 Hertz model has a MUX switch. It has Advanced Optimus, which is technically better than just a MUX switch because it kind of does it automatically for you. This is such overkill for 1080p. Hey, how's the Lenovo Legion 7? Asmit asked. I don't have that one. I ordered it, but it doesn't look like I'm going to be getting it for like 4 months due to COVID delays. Gushin said, I don't think even the 3060 Hz model has a mux switch. It doesn't have a mux switch, but it does have Advanced Optimus, which is better than a mux switch. That being said, Dell enabled mux within BIOS update on other laptops lately. Okay, interesting. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, but you said the X17 has a mux and it doesn't. I don't think I said that anywhere. The X17, well, the X17 3060 Hertz has Advanced Optimus, which isn't technically mux. It's better than mux because it allows your computer to choose when to give your GPU direct access to the monitor or not. Boogra asked, do you think this laptop will be a good daily driver? Absolutely. It'll be very fast. Bro, how is the Legion 7 2021? I ordered that one, but like I said, it's going to take a while for me to get that. Zeem asked, retest seems kind of low. Yeah, let me look into seeing what might have caused that. My bad, though. That's what mux switch. I thought that's what mux switch was. Haha, learn something new every day. How much better is this than the M17 R2? Well, compared to my M17 R3, this is way, way better. Jeffrey Sosa asked, you're on the 4K 120 Hertz, right? No G-Sync? Correct. Yeah, let me look at some settings real quick and see if there's anything that I can think of that might have caused that to be lower. I don't think DLSS would really help us at 1920, so that's probably not it. VSync is off, so it's not capping out. Let's just run it with DLSS and see what that does. Oh, that's right. Yeah. DLSS you can't run at 1920. It actually turns it to a weird resolution. Let me make sure that there's nothing else on my computer running. Let's close down the old Geekbench and close down Steam. Let me make sure that nothing is downloading. Sometimes OneDrive likes to re-enable itself and say, all right, here I am. Let's close down Epic. Why is BattleNet open right now? Steam, I told you to go away. I don't need Creative Cloud running in the background either. Make sure that's closed down. Let's see. Humble Gamer said, just subscribe. Thanks for answering my questions. Hope you make it. I myself am obsessed with laptops. Well, good. There'll be more of that content coming in the next weeks. I do a new laptop video every week. Well, I do 2 different videos at least for every laptop, usually 3, if you include the live benchmarks that I run as well. Booger said, all right, great. Looking forward to buying this laptop. Thank you for a detailed review. Asmit said, bro, love you. Carry on your YouTube journey. One day you'll become a popular benchmarking YouTuber. Well, that'd be fun. It's definitely fun doing this with you guys. If it could help pay the bills eventually, that would be even more awesome. Is Turbo Boost enabled? I have the maximum overclock settings within Alienware Command Center, so it should be enabled. Let's change this to full speed. It's going to make my fans louder, but you guys probably won't hear that much with my headset on. Now let's rerun this test after I close down all of those programs, turned it to full speed. Do not quit the game. Let's rerun this benchmark, because that should have been higher. Yes, it was higher than everything else except for the Razer Blade 14, but it should be higher than the Razer Blade 14. Asmint, I agree. Nice to see a new channel that's better than many established ones. Well, I appreciate that, Charlie. It means a lot. Hasp41, would you buy the X17 over the Razer Pro 17? I have not tested out the Razer Pro 17. Based on the way they look, I love the X17 way better, but I haven't compared apples to apples benchmarks with those two yet. Suchet, hi buddy, how's it going? Jeffrey Sosa, could the CPU be leaching wattage from the GPU? Possibly, yeah. Let's take a look at those GPU power numbers. It's not reaching the 165 we were seeing in that last benchmark. It's at 133 down to 114 right there. It's interesting. You can see in this mode right here, we're getting 130 frames per second. So it's definitely higher than we were getting before. The frames at the bottom, the frames per second at the bottom, I don't usually update those for these automatic benchmarks, but usually I hit reset with my F11 button and it basically starts taking the average. That beginning number, the reason nothing's changing on there is because I haven't reset it, but the beginning number is the lowest frames per second usually, the middle is the average, and that last number on the other benchmarks is going to be the highest frames per second that you're seeing. So the middle number is what you should be looking at. Gushin said, Justin, what's your opinion on the resolution since it might be overkill for such a small panel? Is it a good trade-off for the slower refresh rate? For gamers, you're probably going to be happier with the 1080p FHD model. It's got Advanced Optimus, which is going to help you out a little bit. And for those of you that really like the that glowing touchpad, just make sure that you get the 3080 GPU because that's the only one that has that. Hilton said, play GTA or Cyberpunk. Okay, I think GTA was the first request, so yeah, I'm going to be jumping on that, and I'm pretty sure Cyberpunk was also the second request, so I'll definitely be jumping on those in that order. The 4K 120 hertz panel has 500 nits brightness. That's why I ordered it, mostly for movies and stuff when I'm traveling for work. That is a very good point that Charlie had right there. The 500 nits brightness, especially if you're in rooms that have a lot of backlighting or you're going to have a lot of lighting behind yourself. What was this number? 98. Okay, that's a better number. I'll accept that. So I have that at full speed. I wasn't paying attention to my temperatures, but let's check to see what that was real quick. So the maximum temperatures we were seeing on the CPU was 75 during Tomb Raider, and the maximum on the GPU that we were seeing was 62. So 75 and 62. I mean, Alienware has figured out how to do cooling because a lot of people have been complaining about them not being able to do cooling that well. They've definitely figured it out with this new Cryotech cooling technology. So I'm going to go ahead and put these numbers in here. The CPU was, oh, sorry, I just forgot what that was. That's right, the highest, okay, so the highest there was 77, and 64 was the highest on the GPU. And 98. But still, my Razer Blade 14 posted better numbers for HD, which is interesting. Well, it had 1 frames per second higher. So that's interesting on that one. Definitely higher on Forza. Way higher on Forza. Is there frames or something like that run? VSync or something like that running? Frames seem locked. No, I don't think anything's locked because the frames per second were definitely going up and down. And if it was locked, it would be more at a number like 60 or something like that, or 120. All right. So yeah, Charlie had a good point that the 4K screen has 500 nits brightness. So you're definitely going to want a really bright screen if you're in a room that has a lot of light usually. Honestly, 120 hertz, there's a lot of games that don't get past 120 hertz. So 120 hertz looks beautiful. Your brain can't really tell that much of a difference. If you're looking for like that extra competitive advantage and you need like that split second feedback, then you might want a little bit faster than that. But 120 hertz is pretty fast. Is there VSync? Okay, you already answered that. The Razer Blade 17 will have less GPU wattage, so it's not going to be as powerful as the X17. Yeah, the X17 is running some big wattage right now. Kerr said, looking forward to the more laptop contents. By the way, what do you think about the Alienware M15R5? Will you do benchmark on it? I ordered the Alienware M7 or the M15R6. That one has just been released, or technically released August 1st. So I pre-ordered it. I'm not sure when I'm getting that one. So I'll be doing benchmark tests on that. Le Fatal Potato said it should get 130 to 140 frames per second. That's what others with X17 and GE76 got with the highest settings. You talking about on Tomb Raider? It should be getting that high. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Abdul said, "Thanks for the review. I noticed you frequently review Alienware laptops and PCs. How is your experience with both PCs and laptops? Which would you recommend, the Alienware desktop or the laptop?" Well, I don't know if there's something wrong with my Aurora R12, but I've had a better experience with the Alienware laptops. They feel like they're built better, and I'm also more of a mobile guy. I go a lot from the bedroom to the family room to the kitchen table. Sometimes I just need to get away to do editing at a coffee shop or something, just because a lot of times there's just distractions for myself at the house. Le Fatal Potato, Le Fatal Potato, Le Fel Potato, he's running at highest preset settings where others run at high. Sorry about messing up your name. I bought the M15R3, Master Zeus said. 165 watts max on the X17. The Razer's pushing 95 watts. I'm kind of new to the streaming thing, so I'm not sure. Master Zeus, does that check next to your name? Does that mean you became a member of the channel? I'm at like a join. Can't remember what the check means. Okay, I'm gonna do one quick test with high, just so that you guys can see that versus the highest settings, and see if we get anything different with that. And then we'll move on to a different game. Because I know when you first come in here, the default that you just run straight into is high. So I wonder what the difference is going to be at high, or just what's normally on here. Because you can see on some of those areas that it was... trying to reset my... Oops. What did I just do? Master Zeus, thank you very much. Appreciate the super chat. Was that 2 super chats, or did you mean to do the second super chat? Did I just lose Shadow of a Tomb Raider? Where did it go? I don't know why it just exited out on me. I was pressing some buttons so that I could... Okay, we're gonna want to rerun that. Let's go ahead and restart Tomb Raider. We're gonna run it at high so that you guys can see what people typically run it at. I like to run everything at highest. Kerr said, from what I saw, people tend to have a better experience on the Alienware laptops compared to their tower somehow. Yeah, unfortunately, that seems to be the case. Dell should have stayed with the larger towers. The Triad was one of my favorite designs ever. (1920) settings high, not highest. Monitor refresh rate. I doubt this would have anything to do with anything, but... and make sure that VSync is not on. Actually, I don't think there's a VSync option on here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, VSync off. Run benchmark. Charlie said, was heavy as hell, but looked awesome and stayed way cooler than my R11. Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting that when it shows the average, it shows it so low, but when you look in here, that top left corner, it's showing 150 frames per second right now. And in a dense scene right like this with all these leaves, that's pretty impressive. So you're pushing 140 watts right now on the GPU. So only really utilizing about 4 watts of that boost. Okay, now it's lower than that. So I wonder what prevents it from getting that full boost sometimes. Oliver asked, is the GPU user upgradable? No, unfortunately it is not. Unless you're a super genius, then possibly. I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill my water. Okay. Alright, I'm back. What I miss? Average frames per second, 128. So this is probably what people normally test this benchmark with, but I tend to do the highest preset settings. I'm pretty sure I never did just high on the other ones. So I'll put in quotes on my benchmark test, 128. Statement you just made, Charlie, or Kyle? All right, now let's go ahead and do GTA since that was the first request. Let's close down Tomb Raider. How easy is it to remove the battery? I have not removed it yet, but typically on Alienware laptops, they're pretty easy to remove. The Alienware laptop that I had before the M17 that I currently use every day was very easy to replace the battery. But yeah, currently, right now, the only thing that you can upgrade, the only few things you can upgrade on your laptop is the RAM, the SSD drive, and the battery. On the X17, you cannot upgrade the RAM later, so keep that in mind that that is not user upgradable. It's soldered on. Can I go straight to online mode? In Grand Theft Auto, is it only giving me the option for story mode? I just want to go into a large environment so that I can kind of test it with all the buildings and all that. I need to do something real quick. Right now my function lock key is on, and I'm trying to reset. There we go. Okay, I just reset my frames per second numbers. So it looks like it's capping it out at 60 frames per second, so that probably means it's using VSync. So let's go change those settings real quick. Oh, resolution. We're doing 1080 right now. Yep, VSync is on. We want that off for this test. And I believe all of the other settings are usually already pretty high. Yes, keep new settings. There we go. Use phone to trigger explosive charge. So in this indoor environment, we're getting about 97 frames per second average. Oh, they go in the wrong room? So I'm going to move on to some other games. This isn't typically the environment that I test this, that I do benchmark tests on, because it started me back at the beginning. So keep an eye out for my numbers in the full review. You can skip ahead to it if you don't need to watch the rest of the review, because I'm going to put chapters in there. But we're going to move on to some other games here. So we don't spend... Or how long does this take? It doesn't usually take too long to play this, does it? Just want to make sure that other games get some love. I guess it didn't take me too long to get to that outdoor environment. Switch, hold, L Alt. I think my face is covering things up again. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and move on to some other games. But I'll show you the numbers if I have time at the end on a bigger environment. So we were getting 92 on Grand Theft Auto. What did we typically usually get on those outdoor environments? Oh, do I not have Grand Theft Auto on here? I'll change this to GTA. And what were we getting as far as temperatures on that? Any advice to remove the battery of the X17? Why are you wanting to remove the battery, Oliver? I haven't actually looked into that to see how that works for this computer yet, but so our spikes on the CPU was at 72, but normally it was actually pretty low, but we also were in an indoor environment. So these are pretty low temperatures, 59 and 72 was the highest we got here. So the next request was Cyberpunk. Let's check that out. If Grand Theft Auto would finally close. There we go. .4K is way too dense at this form factor, in my opinion. Yeah, I think 4K on a 17-inch screen is not really necessary. I mean, that's some very, very tiny pixels. Play. I know sometimes people ask me why I do 1080p tests on a 4K monitor. Just trying to show apples to apples comparisons of why isn't it letting me move my mouse? There we go. Just trying to do apples to apples comparison so you can see how these run against obviously computers that don't have 4K screens. So the way Cyberpunk works is usually in this underground environment, most of my machines have been staying close to this 60 frames per second range. Oliver, Dell does not ship to my country, so I bought X17 on Dell Australia. I have to have it delivered to a friend here. He'll remove the battery and ship it to my country for repair, so I do not pay tax. What's your room temperature? My thermostat says that my room temperature right now is 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Reset my averages. It's 98. It's looking good. This is a really nice environment. Let me make sure that my settings are all maxed out. Graphics. Ray tracing ultra. Yep. What's defaults? Yeah, so defaults are with everything up usually. What did I just do that made everything all jacked up now? Bye, man. Gotta go to lunch. See you, Placebo. Thanks for hopping on. Adrian Hood, welcome to the channel. Where's the resolution on here? 1920, window borderless, VSync off. There's some capping going on right now. I'm gonna restart this game real quick because I was just getting over 100 and I did something in the settings that jacked it up. I'm gonna force quit it so it doesn't save my settings. Yeah, it does look like they somehow something's locking the frame rate at 30 hertz, which is really weird. Load game. Oscar asked if this is a 4K screen. Yes, this. Yep. Right now we're doing 1080p tests just to kind of compare against old machines first, and then we'll be doing some 4K tests after that. '83. '64 degrees on the GPU and 72 on the CPU. That's pretty low. You can see we're not maxing out the wattage on the GPU, so not taking full advantage of that right now. But we can go and post these numbers. 82 frames per second, which is the highest that I've ever seen in any of the laptops I reviewed. And I want to see what the maximum temperature was. Yeah, anytime I go to the menu, it kind of brings the temperature back up. So before I record the temperatures, I'm going to make sure that I'm giving you actual in-game temperatures. Yeah, anytime I jump back out and back into game, it brings the frames per second down as well. So 65, 72, yeah. Wow, which one of those laptops was hitting 97? That was the Zephyrus G15. Interesting. That was a Ryzen machine. All right, let's jump on to another one. Let's try out Doom. I like Doom. Oscar Fernandez, what was the price? The one that I got for the 3080 with an i7 processor and 32 gigabytes of 3466 megahertz RAM was $3,400. Make sure everything's closed. That should be closed. I'm looking at this one or the Zephyrus M17. I've not tested out the M17 yet. Bethesda. £30°F. I don't think I said it was 30°F here. It's currently 73°F in the room that I'm in. Oscar Fernandez, thanks for the subscribe. Glad to have you on the channel. Ooh, did it just freeze on me? Uh-oh. Well, that's why we do live, so you can see the actual experience that we get. Maybe I should not run the fans on full speed this whole time and put it in performance and let it choose. Interesting. Okay, well, I might have to restart the computer. Oh, wait, here we go. So my overlay is not showing up right now. Did Afterburner close on me? There we go. I think I have a farther checkpoint than this. Guess not. Look at these numbers. Beautiful. 220 frames per second. 260 frames per second. 270. Beautiful. Make sure my settings are where they should be. So 270 we were looking at. Video, full screen, resolution 1600. What gave you the idea that I wanted that? 1920 by 1080. I mean, I like 1610, don't get me wrong, but we need to compare apples to apples. Okay, all those are up. They're where they should be. So let's run a more accurate test here. Reset my frames per second timer. Boom. 300 frames per second. 306. This is madness. Doom is definitely utilizing this. Look at, we're hitting 156 watts. If I appear like I suck at this game, it's because I'm actually playing it through my streaming machine, so there's a little bit of a delay to my eyes from what the computer's actually doing. I don't actually suck. I'm pretty good. Whoa. So we're getting more average frames per second now after all of this happening. So it's dropping it back down a little bit to 270. But we were maxed out there. Look at that. We got 376 at one point. Maximum. This is crazy. Get out of here. Low health. Yeah, these temperatures really are great. 74 and 79 when you're pushing 274 frames per second. Run this for just a little bit longer to get more average. Look at that. We hit 415 frames per second at one point. Don't feel bad. I actually suck at Doom Eternal. Just can't get the platforming parts down. This old creeper over here. Skip. Reset my frames per second in this new environment. Oh, wait. How about this? Wait, what was the button again? I thought it was E, right? There we go. I like sticky bombs, but you're going to make me get full auto. Sticky bombs go boom. Those fans loud? Let me mute my volume real quick. Oh, whoops. I'm dying. Well, I'm on full speed right now. Let me get my decibel reader real quick. Pushing about 54 decibels on the fans at full speed, not too bad. Let's go back to the checkpoint.
Consumption of Earth has been reduced by 36.8%. There are 2 hell priests remaining.
So you can see this environment with a little bit more going on, brought the frames per second down a little bit more. I wonder if we'll see a little bit different frames per second if I go to performance instead of full speed. Let's see what that does. See if that gets us any different numbers. Be surprised that sometimes full speed is not always the best. It's not letting me reset my frames per second recorder. I'm gonna restart MSI Afterburner. There we go. Let me reset it. How did I get up there again? Oh, I'm supposed to go up there. That's right. And then I'm supposed to jump. Love the music change on this part. So 277, 79 on the GPU, 70, say 80 on the CPU. Jin Down, welcome to the channel. So the GPU is actually higher up on this one. And then CPU. Let's see what the highest was on there. It's kind of staying around the 77 range. All right, I'm gonna go back up the chat and see if there wasn't another request in there, because otherwise I'm gonna jump onto Apex Legends. Yeah. Are you keeping the X17 over the M17R4? I would love to keep the X17. I did lose my main job a couple of months ago, so I've been doing YouTube full time, which has been kind of it's really tough in the beginning. You don't really get that much. You don't really make that much money. It's growing a lot quicker, but yeah, I don't have enough money to buy to keep a $3,400 computer right now. I wish I did. So we're going to close down Doom and jump into Apex. Obviously, GT said, obviously the X17 thermally and performance-wise is way better than M17R4. That is very true. I've been very impressed with the thermals and the overall performance of this X17. Welcome to Apex Legends. Okay, that is Charlie Stewart. Super chat, $20. Awesome, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. GH, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the kind words as well, Charlie. It means a lot. All right, let's jump into video. See what our settings are doing. I'm pretty sure VSync has got to be on because triple buffered yet. Let's turn that off. Disabled. Everything else is all high and all the way up. Looking good. Now let's reset our counter. We're seeing 112 frames per second. Average 111. Interesting. Pretty sure I've seen higher numbers than this on Apex Legends before. What is NVIDIA Reflex? Texture streaming budget, 8 gigabytes of video RAM. I've got 16 gigabytes. Guess I can't utilize all that. Interesting. So we'll move around, look around, see what our average stays at, but 112 is looking about where we're staying at. The temperatures are super low. So it's almost like it's not trying to use the computer that hard. Interesting. Yeah, kind of sticking around 111. What did that look like compared to my old ones? Yeah, see on my last, I've gotten some really high numbers on Apex Legends before. 112. The Razor Blade was getting 144. So something's not right here. Aspect ratio, VSync disabled. Harsh Yadav, can you give me some money? Interesting. I don't know why it's posting low numbers right now. It's definitely not thermal throttling with high temperatures. It almost feels like there's something else running that shouldn't be running. Interesting. So Doom was getting crazy numbers. Apex was not pushing enough power, not pushing that much power at all. What happens when I turn the fans back up to full speed? $110. Yep, staying about the same. 98 watts. Marksman Jam, are you selling it after your review? Awesome vid so far. No, I'm sending it back afterwards. $112, yeah. I wonder why. We'll come back to that, but that's lower than it should be. Very interesting on Apex Legends, but the temperatures are super low too. Let's see what the maximum temperature we got was. Yeah, the maximum we got was 73. The temperatures just slowly went lower and lower and lower and lower. 57. So 66 and 74 were the highest temperatures we were getting. We'll come back to that one later. I might restart the machine. Zeem, thanks for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Let's go ahead and close this out. Jump on to another game. Yeah, it's weird that the temperatures were so low. Wasn't even trying to use that much of the machine. We'll give another game a try, and if that one's showing something weird, then we're going to do a restart. Let's jump into Call of Duty. That's a good one. Here's a lot going on in Call of Duty. Okay. Play. Oh, I didn't read that message. Great content. Looking forward to seeing your channel continue to grow. Thank you, Zeem. Really appreciate that. A. Smith, welcome to the channel. All right, let's do multiplayer, but I'm going to do bots so that everything's kind of controlled. Do custom game. Add max bots. Is it team deathmatch? Yeah, team deathmatch. And can I change my graphic settings here? Yes. Display resolution. I want that to be 1920 by 1080 right now. VSync off. Frame rate limit unlimited. Okay, everything looks good. Make sure that I'm got the highest preset settings. So it doesn't look like it's doing the highest right now. Where's the... Is there presets for that? I thought there was presets. There's just one setting that was kind of a default all settings up. So my last reviews, I didn't have to manually do all this way. Let's get into it.
Seraph reporting for duty. Team deathmatch.
All right, let's reset my frames per second counter. Look at those numbers. Almost pushing 200 frames per second. CPU's pushing hard. 88 degrees. Okay, so the average frames per second's coming back down a little bit.
We have the advantage.
I don't really suck at this game. It's just there's a delay because I'm playing through my streaming software. Don't judge me.
Accessor going live.
Oh! Where'd you come from?
We're behind. Disruptor ahead.
Oh! So 170, it's about the average we're seeing.
We pulled ahead.
So that's the highest we've seen except for on the HP Omen 15 with a 3070 Max Q. That's interesting. We're seeing 175 on that one. What's the temperatures we were getting on that? I think when I ran the test on the HP Omen 15, I was running in the zombie mode, which is a little bit different of an environment.
Threat clear. We're losing the fight.
68. 68 and 87 was about the average.
Firing sensor dart.
So you can see pretty low temperatures.
We've taken the lead. Q stores open.
What did I say on the CPU again? Sorry, guys.
Building barricade.
Yeah, 87 was about the average. All right, let's jump into The Witcher, and then we'll go into Warzone. LOL, we are so judging you, bro. Let's see what kind of numbers we get on The Witcher. Back to full speed again, right? Yeah, full speed. Continue. Where's my afterburner? .99 frames per second. 100 average. Yeah, these temperatures. Oh, no. These temperatures are really low. I don't understand what's going on as far as it not when you see that the temperatures are low, why is it not taking the GPU to a higher wattage than 130 watts? It's 142 right there. So we got about 105 frames per second. Which we saw faster one time. Actually twice. The Lenovo Legion 7i was posting faster. I wonder if I just need to restart this machine. I'm gonna do a quick reboot, guys, and see if that changes some things. Oliver said, "Did you test Cyberpunk yet?" Yes, I tested it. I'm gonna be doing a 4K test on a few games. That's the first one I'm gonna be doing 4K on as well. Let's do a quick restart. I always have to laugh when people thumbs down a video without leaving any constructive criticism. Probably just some chuds that are mad that they're still playing on integrated graphics. Yeah, I don't understand that too. Sometimes I'll post a video and there'll be dislikes before I know they even had a chance to watch even part of the video. I mean, you got to watch the video before you know whether you like or dislike the whole thing. And I can tell from sometimes there's criticism in the comments about something in the video, and I can tell based on the criticism that they didn't even watch the whole video. Let's see what I did there. Hello, bruh. How are you? Doing pretty good. How are you doing? Let's make sure all this stuff is up. OneDrive. Don't even think about syncing. How dare you sync during my stream? Epic. Close that. I guess some people just want to watch the world burn. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of negativity out there. Okay, so all those are up. Let's turn on Afterburner. And make sure Adobe Creative Cloud is closed down. All right, now let's do The Witcher again. Oh, that's interesting. The MSI or Afterburner puts up an overlay over the Alienware Command Center. I didn't know it would do that. I thought it only did that on games. Oops. Options. Let's make sure we're at 1080p. Yep. VSync. Is that off? Yes, it's off. I hope NVIDIA adds more control of the graphics power in the future. It makes performance so inconsistent. Yeah, I don't understand um, why sometimes it uses less than the available wattage, especially when the temperatures are so low. Lee Wang says, just watched your X17 unboxing video and checking if benchmark video is on. Yep, it's on. Go ahead and reset my counter. So it looks like the restart helped us out. Posted in 133 frames per second. It's interesting that the GPU is hotter than the CPU. Usually it's the other way around. It means it's trying to push as much on that GPU as it can. What was that other game that was posting low scores? I might open that one up and see if there's a change now. So The Witcher, now we can say 133. A lot better. The only thing that was doing better than that was the Aurora R12. So yeah, the desktop PC. So then we'll go into Apex Legends. That had a 112. Let's jump back into that one and see what we're looking at after this restart. David Holland asked, is this the 11800 or the 11900? This is the 11800 CPU. So I'm running an i7 11800. Let's see, was there any other questions here? Hello, just got here. Guess I have 2 hours to catch up on. Yeah. So for those of you that haven't been able to watch this whole thing, once this gets posted, which YouTube usually takes, I think about like 6 to 10 hours to process a video after it's been streamed. I'm going to be putting my time codes on there so that you guys can hop to the specific sections that you care about the most. But yeah, let's jump back into Apex and see if we get some better benchmarks now. NGL Alienware isn't value for money. I mean, to each their own. I think it definitely has a lot of value. Wait, what is... There we go. 32 gigabytes of memory. Yes, this is the 32 gigabytes of 3466 megahertz RAM, XMP RAM. Unfortunately, after updating the BIOS, Dell capped it back down to 3200. So hopefully they fix that in a later BIOS. But yeah, that was kind of disappointing. So I'm not getting the max that I could possibly get right now. David Holland says, seems really good thermals. Lots of 11900 are still throttling, so I guess the 11800 is a much cooler chip. Yeah, I think i7s usually run a lot cooler than the i9s. GH says, good afternoon, sir. Watching this benchmark video. Very excited to be getting mines in a couple of weeks. Awesome. I don't know if you were here earlier, GH, but once you get yours, make sure that you don't update the BIOS, especially if you have the 3466 megahertz RAM, as something in that capped it out for me, which was unfortunate. Yeah, so now Apex. It's pushing 134 instead of what it was getting. 135. Sometimes you just need a good old restart. 136 average. Pretty cool. Man, these temperatures are nuts. So when they tried to hype and make a big deal about that cryotech cooling technology and the 4 fans, they did that for a reason, because that's legit. Those are some legit temperatures. So the maximum I've seen on CPU and GPU is about 60 was the maximum I saw on the GPU, and 62 was the highest I saw on the GPU. So 138 frames per second. Let's update that. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I knew you were better than that. I just believed in you. But interestingly enough, I don't know what happened on the Razer Blade 14 and the Gigabyte, but those were pushing. Actually, you know what? Still, I'm getting less than I was getting on Apex Legends for these other ones. I mean, I guess a Ryzen. Okay, so that's right, Ryzen 9 processors. But still, this one's an i7, and it was still pushing better numbers. The Gigabyte. So kind of disappointing on Apex. I don't know what's going on that one. Customer service when something breaks is worth the extra money. That guy. Charlie said, I have a Dell Alienware for almost 2 decades, along with other makers, MSI, Asus, Gigabyte, and Dell might not be perfect, but the support is leaps and bounds above the others. Yeah, my M17 R3, I got the extended 3-year warranty on that one, just in case. But yeah, I haven't had a problem with their support so far. But I also haven't actually needed to use their support so far because my computer hasn't died on me. When I first got my M17 R3, I was getting a lot of, probably every few days I was getting a blue screen. And then there was some sort of update. I don't know if it was in Windows or in the BIOS, but I don't get blue screens anymore. Let's see. What fan profile is it set to? Full on performance or quiet mode? Right now it's on full speed. Pretty sure it's on full speed. Yes, full speed. And then, what's the other question? Guy said, I guess in the US it is. Prices are jacked up in my country and poor after sales. David Pine said, I still use my 2013 Alienware 14 and I love it. Is this one going to be the same? I'm sure for a long time. I love your videos. One of the best I've seen so far. Thanks, David. Appreciate that. Rifki, yeah, customer service is different in every country. Humble Gamer said, are the fans loud? Mine are super loud on the Helios 300. No, when I was doing a decibel test, I'm on full speed right now, so let's do another test. I'm getting 54 decibels right now, so that's not bad at full speed. And that's with 4 fans too, so I'm impressed with that. Charlie said, I mean, I was deployed in Afghanistan in 2011. My GPU died on my M17 R3. They sent me a new one within a week. Wow, very nice. Glad I don't play Apex. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Maybe Apex just has like a bad relationship with Dell and they don't like them or something. I don't know what's going on with that. But the numbers went up after the restart, but for some reason on that specific game, I don't know if it's more CPU bound. That would make sense if it is, because I think the Gigabyte, actually that makes a lot of sense if it is, because the Gigabyte Aero 15, I believe, was an HX processor, not just an H processor. So that's a faster CPU than on the X17. All right, so I'm going to jump into Warzone now, see what we get for that game. Lizzie Fantasia, yes, the BIOS thing. Could you explain it a little bit? Like what to update and what not? Thanks. So you actually have to do it manually, updating the BIOS. So it's not really something that you have to worry about. If you go down here to search and do Alienware update, you actually have to manually go in here and check for updates. Actually, the BIOS might not have actually been in here. I might have had to go directly to the Dell website to update mine, but that's something that I normally do, is just update everything when I get a new computer, but I kind of regret it now because you can't roll it back, they said. Customer support is huge. Being able to get actually any warranty to work does go a long way. Dell and Lenovo so far too, that you can actually get work done in the US. My guess is 120 frames per second for Warzone. Ooh, I should start doing that. Do like a little poll, see what people think are gonna guess what the actual frames per second are gonna be. What happened with Asus, Charlie? David Payne, Thunderbolt 4 connection is good for external GPUs, right? Yes, I believe that Thunderbolt 4 is like the fastest port that you can have to connect an external GPU. Oh wait, why did it jump me into Call of Duty? I wanted BattleNet so that I could jump into Warzone. Oh wait, what? The download got paused? There's 30% left on that one? Well, that's lame. I don't know if you guys are going to want to wait for that. I could have sworn that one finished downloading. Let's go ahead and go into some 4K tests. If you can later explain the BIOS update, didn't really understand that. I put specs up top. So if you go to just the Dell website, or you can just even Google Alienware x17 BIOS update. And then you go down to support for Alienware x17, and then it'll have like a whole bunch of a big list of drivers and downloads and updates. So you can click down here, find drivers, but this up here recommended, it'll automatically just find everything for you if you want to do that, but I've already done all of that. But down here you can see a list of the different updates. The one that I regret updating is, where is it? Oh, show all. When in doubt, Control F. There. Oh, it was right. It was right at the top. Yeah, it was this one. It says urgent, but I regret getting it because now I can't utilize all 3466 megahertz of my RAM. So if you update all of those manually on the internet, then just make sure you don't do that one. So I bet if I tried to do 4K tests that this downloading is going to kind of hold that back. But I'm going to pause this when I start the test and then unpause it and just see if that makes a difference. If it doesn't, then I'm going to let that download in the background. So I'm going to change the display to 4K and we're going to do beautiful Forza and see what that looks like. Everything gets so tiny at 4K. Okay. Charlie Stewart Jr. said, I had a GPU fail after about 6 months and it took them almost 3 months to get anything done, going back and forth with them. Wow, that's unfortunate. Had to send it in and was without it for the time it was in repairs. Yeah, that's one thing that I can't stand about some support is that you need a computer, so what do you do while they're taking their time with the fixing? Lizzie said, I heard that Rogue has a really bad customer service. Never had one, so don't quote me. And thanks for the BIOS reminder. We'll keep that in mind. David Holland said at the very top of the list. First one. David Payne, fantastic video. Going to watch the rest after work. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's make sure my settings are up. I love doing 4K tests. Let's see what this can do. Lee Wing, is there an error outlet facing the bottom of the screen? My last Razer Blade got a broken screen, and I guess it's because the screen always exposed to hot air. Oh, interesting. Yeah, there is. There's two fans. Or there's ventilation that is right above the keyboard, and then even past that, near the hinge, there's another vent that kind of angles up more towards the screen. But my screen feels cold. It's not pushing the heat towards that at all. So I wouldn't worry about that. Oh, I didn't mean to hit continue. I wanted to run benchmark mode. My bad, guys. This is just going to bring me into the actual game. Enable XMP in BIOS under performance, I believe it is. Unfortunately, there is no XMP profile in the BIOS anymore. if you go on some of the Reddit forums, you can see that there's a lot of people complaining that in the X17 models you can't modify the XMP profiles. There's really not that much. I'll show in my full review. I'll show some screens of the BIOS. There's not, in the BIOS, there's not much options there for you. Frame rate 20 frames per second. No thanks. I want maximum. Okay, Ultra is on. Save and continue. Benchmark mode. Enter. Alright, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick while this is doing that. Works on any browser. Oh. Test, test, test. There we go. Works on any browser, Oliver asked. Yes, it'll work on any browser. How much a performance increase would an i9 give compared to the i7 on an X17? Not much of a performance increase getting that. Achieved 164 frames per second. That sounds fast. Let me see what that was compared to the other guys. Oh wait, 164. Was that really at 4K? Please tell me that was at 4K. Where is the resolution? Nope, that was at 1920. Alright, let's redo that. I was about to say, if a game this beautiful could push those numbers at 4K. GH said Razer need to change the fan exhaust placement. They seem to fry up the screen when it gets super hot. Yeah, I don't understand why some computers do that. I think that blasting the screen with all of the heat from the computer is a good idea. I really hope the restarts to play other games isn't necessary to have optimal performance with this particular laptop. Yeah, I don't know if there was something else that was running in the background that I shouldn't have had. Yeah, i9 does get pretty hot. Whoa! What is going on there? Well, look at that. It says achieved 109. So let me see if it's doing that on my actual computer. If that's on the display coming in. I'm gonna disconnect real quick. No, it's not doing that on my actual computer. Must be something with my capture card. Let me plug that back in because my actual computer or the actual X17 is not flickering like that. Okay, there we go. Must have been something with the capture card. Because when I went back to that laptop display, it wasn't doing that. So 109 frames per second. Let me double check again. Make sure it's stuck with, yep, it's stuck at 3840. So we got 109 frames per second at 4K with Forza. I believe that is the fastest that I've ever seen. Forza 4K, man. So I don't know if this makes a difference, guys, but when I did all these 1080p tests, I assumed that it would be best to have the resolution of the computer set at 1080p. So I don't know if that possibly brought it down from what it could have on some of those games, but 109 at 4K is way faster than I've seen on any other computer. So that's really encouraging, and that's incredibly impressive. So because Tomb Raider has a really nice benchmark test, we're going to do the same thing on that one. Oh, and I was also updating Call of Duty Warzone. So I'm going to pause that real quick. Sorry, run this one more time and see if the numbers are going to be any higher at all. It might not, but hopefully the numbers are not actually higher though, because that means I can have Warzone downloading in the background while I do some of my other tests. Yeah, 109 at 4K on Forza. That's impressive. Yep. Okay. Benchmark mode. And go. Play Minecraft with shaders, sliders, and or BSI, please. I forgot to download Minecraft. How big of a file is that? Does that usually take a long time to download? Fairy Arthur Loth, how's it going? Ved, welcome to the channel. Ooh, 114. So yeah, it makes a difference. I guess I can't be downloading that. It takes like 2 minutes on my potato PC. KML, big fan. One question, if I plug in my 3060 hertz 1080p into a 4K 120 hertz monitor, will it get that score as well, or is it limited by the laptop monitor? No, it's not limited by the laptop monitor. You'll be able to get that score as well because it's essentially the same internals. It's just a different display. Minecraft better not be larger than 2 gigabytes. So I can now post 114 on that 4K. Man, this is exciting, guys. I wonder if downgrading my resolution down to 1080p for my 1080p tests was holding some of these scores back a little bit. Because that is just downright impressive. 114. That makes me happy inside. So while that's downloading, I'm going to go look for Minecraft. I don't actually play Minecraft, so is there a specific version, or I just type in Minecraft download? Is 1080p and 4K noticeable? It is noticeable to go from 1080p to 4K, but that's not because of the 4K necessarily, as in you can just notice a difference when you get past 1080. Honestly, I think the sweet spot is 1440p. After 1440p, you really have to get really close to the computer to tell a difference. Is it downloading right now? There we go. Jonathan Roman, 1080p. Not sure what that's referring to. So yes, so do I need to create Microsoft login? It's gonna let me just use my account from this computer. Sign in with Windows Hello or security key. Okay, I have Windows Hello. Disconnect this real quick. Type in my login information on here. What was that login? Richard Hogan, welcome to the channel. Ben, sorry. There we go, it worked. I always get nervous when my logins don't work. Let's connect that back. Get that display to show back up. We need to reconnect it to the computer. Minecraft is not a free game, you have to buy it. Oh, it's not free anymore? I thought it was free. Why is it not showing my display anymore? Maybe I need to change back to 1080p on my screen for my capture card to read it on the screen again. Just a second. Ferrari Arthur, appreciate you joining the stream. See you later. Maybe I need to recreate the source. There we go. I had to create a new source in order for it to read it. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. I'll get back into this. Ooh, Warzone's almost done updating. So when I launch Minecraft, it's going to ask me to pay. Something went wrong and you probably encountered a bug. Please report bug here. Lizzie Fantasia. The longer I've watched this, more I want my X17 to arrive. Can't. The wait feels so long. Yeah. Yeah, even the month that I waited was a long time. Hi, sir. How will the Acer Nitro 5 5600H be? I haven't tested that one yet, but I have heard good things about the Acer Nitro. It could be free if you have the right torrent file, if you know what I mean. Imagine not having Minecraft. Yeah, I think there's some people in this world that can't imagine that. Oh, there we go. Play demo. Is it working? I mean, I have downloaded Minecraft before for my kids to play it on a different computer. So maybe when I originally got it a long time ago, it was free, and that's why it's okay. So now it's downloading another 400 megabytes of something. Can you do 4K on Minecraft? In the UK, X17 take 20 days to deliver, and X15 takes 50 days. Not sure if it's the miners to blame. Yeah, if it was the miners to blame, then you would think that there'd be less X17s available, since you could mine more crypto with an X17 than an X15. So I normally do these streams for about 2 to 3 hours. We're at 3.5 hours right now, but there's a lot of good stuff to cover, and I know you guys really looking forward to this machine. So um, we'll be wrapping it up here in about 15 minutes. It's taking a long time to download. Only 400 megabytes. What's that about? Probably because Warzone's downloading so much right now. But Warzone is downloading at a lot faster of a rate than Minecraft. Which do you think is going to download quicker, Minecraft or Warzone with its 4 gigabytes remaining? So yeah, guys, keep an eye on your notifications for my full review on Friday. I'm going to do some retests on some of these other games too, with keeping my display at 4K the whole time, even when I do 1080p. It appears when I have it set to the native resolution that helps performance a little bit, because these are some crazy awesome 4K numbers. There's a couple disappointments with the 1080p numbers on a couple games. If money isn't an issue, would you choose an i9 or an i7 on the Alienware X17? I think for me personally, because I actually spend more of my day on creative and doing editing, that I would go with the fastest GPU or CPU that I could possibly get, which would be the i9. I think that would render. Yeah, so Charlie Stewart basically saying what I said. It's pointless unless you need it for work. And I would need it for work. I think it would help a little bit of a boost in my Adobe Premiere. Help me render faster, which that's always a good thing. QWERTY says good night. Good night, sir. Blizzard download sucks up bandwidth. The 1080p was in reference to the Forza when it ran at 1080p instead of 4K. Those last benchmarks that you saw, the 114, that was running at 4K. Friday is my ship date for my Legion 7i. Nice. Congrats. All right, so we're at 97% on Warzone. Oh, sorry, Jonathan. I misunderstood you. You're basically answering my question when I was asking the first time when I accidentally ran 1080p instead of 4K. So I guess that chat was just answering that question. That is the slowest 400 megabytes I've ever seen download. Hopefully after Warzone finishes, because Warzone is downloading super quick. It's downloaded 4 gigabytes almost as fast, or faster than 400 megabytes on Minecraft. So gaming in i9 and i7 have the same performance. Typically, from what I've been seeing and hearing, it sounds as though the extra heat from the i9 kind of spreads throughout the rest of the computer, and you get a little bit of throttling because of the extra heat. So you don't really utilize it as much as you could in these laptops. But for this X17, I'm not seeing any heat issues, so it could be different as far as that's concerned. Yeah, and I think I'm pretty sure that you get the same wattage for the i9 as the i7 on the X17 computers. 99% on Warzone. Gaming performance depends on GPU. It does seem like there's some games that benefit from faster CPUs though. Because there's some games that utilize more of the CPU than some of their other games. All right, Warzone is updating. Oh, look at that. Yeah, it was definitely hogging all the bandwidth. So we'll let that download first before we jump into Warzone and do a test on that. Let's go ahead and close Forza. Make sure Afterburner is running. Mojang Studios. Whoa, that's tiny. Play demo world. That is one tiny display. Options, video settings. $38.40. So did that not save my settings that I just set up? I'm still backing 120 frames per second at 1080 on Warzone. I think you might be right. That sounds like a good number for that. Preset demo world. Video settings. Okay, I set it to full screen 3840 by 2160. Fabulous graphics. Why is it so tiny? I don't understand what's going on. It's not full screening it. Does anybody know what the full screen hotkey is for Minecraft? I'm going to wait for a reply on that since I don't know much about Minecraft and jump into some Warzone because I'm really curious about this and I'm going to see if David's right about this 120 frames per second. Please don't be an update. Installing shaders to optimize performance during gameplay. In progress, pack 1, 2%. Update requires restart. Computer restart or game restart? I think that meant a game restart. Or a computer restart. Lee Wing said, definitely 1440p, 165 hertz is the most ideal option. Yes, I agree. I think that is the sweet spot of refresh rate and resolution. But yeah, the X17 does not have that option. Planning to get a new 17. Can't figure out if I should go for the X17, the MSI GE76, or Zephyrus S17. I am hoping to get my hands on. I think I found a local spot here in Texas that has a GE76. So if I am successful in that purchase, then I should be doing an unboxing of the GE76 next week, and then a full review the week after that. Japanic Metro Exodus next. Unfortunately, after Minecraft and Call of Duty, I'm gonna have to call it quits. Warzone specifically. Yeah, Alienware's cooling solution is definitely amazing. No, I don't want to start the game in safe mode. Lizzie said, gotta go. We'll catch up on the whole vid when it's uploaded. Awesome work. Thank you so much, Lizzie. Glad to have you on. David said, I'll preface this with I am rarely wrong. Nice. So what? I wonder how long this installing shaders to optimize performance during gameplay is going to... Oh, there we go. Okay. That had me nervous. In progress, pack 1, 85%. So that should be done pretty soon. We'll wait till that's done. %. Okay, installation complete. There we go. Finally. Alright, what am I doing wrong here? Graphics options. Where's the resolution section? Oh, here we go. Render resolution. It's kind of a confusing way to do that. Set that to 100. Display resolution. Why is it making me manually do this render resolution? I want 1920 by 1080. How hard is it to get to 1920 by 1080? The Dark Tiger, how's it going? I just want 1920 by 1080. This option is only available in full screen mode. I thought that's, oh, full screen borderless. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the render resolution thing is weird. Screen refresh rate, I want it to be as high as possible. Custom frame rate limit, unlimited. Let's make sure those saved. No, it didn't save. Oh, whoops, I didn't apply them. How long does it take to get into a game? Sandeep says, I regret buying the Razer 17. Keyboard gets so hot when I play Warzone. I'm forced to use an external keyboard. Oh, that's a bummer. Oliver said, since the Zephyrus S17 keyboard lift up for more air intake, there should be direct comparison to the 4 fans cooling of the X17 for me. There we go. Putting me in a match finally. I think you were wrong, David. reset my counter. Oh, wait, maybe, are you right? Are you right? Let's play this a little longer and see what the... Oh, David, you might have actually been onto something there. Usually as I play, the frames per second drop slightly.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Start warming up. Stand by for deployment to the Warzone.
66, 80. Sandeep, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the channel. So when we are in game, we were getting about 128 frames per second. Go and put that in my sheet. And then we were getting 66 and 80 maximum temperatures. So real quick, let's test this out at 4K. Options, graphics. Apply settings. Now let's see what we got. Oh, well, hey buddy. Don't stab me in the back while I'm trying to do a benchmark. That's not nice. Rude. Can't really run a good benchmark in this mode. I want to be outside. 70 frames per second right now. I also need a ref view of the tapes for the settings. The tapes. We got a gun now, that's good. Oh! Okay. Now I'm spectating. Look at that. 150 watts on the GPU. Yeah, they're definitely taking some good advantage of that. 85 watts, or I mean 85 frames per second. 70 and 65 as far as the temperatures. And the spreadsheet's so small. Zoom in. All right, 85 at 4K. All right, now I'm going to jump into Minecraft real quick before I before I head out. That's been the longest stream I've ever done. Looks like, oh, we're pushing. This is almost 4 hours now. That's a long stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It was fun doing it. Let's see if I can get some stuff up for Minecraft for you guys. Play demo world. I hope I can figure out how to make this full screen. Let me Google it real quick. Does anybody know how to make Minecraft full screen? Oh, there we go. Full screen resolution 3840 by 2160. Well, according to all this pixelation, that's definitely not the case. Max frame rate, unlimited. So is there any other cool smooth lighting maximum? Graphics, fabulous. So it looks like we're pushing 230. Don't know anything about Minecraft. Super low temperatures. I want some lamb chops for dinner. Is that how this works? Where's my lamb chops? You got lamb chops? New recipes unlocked. I think that might be lamb chops. A lamb chops recipe. All right, so 220, crazy low temperatures. All right, and then let's do one more quick test with 1080p. Oh, is it not letting me? Oh, there we go. What does this 24-bit stuff mean? Where'd my frames per second go? There we go. So that didn't actually change anything. Frames per second actually looks lower. Is that right? Can you enable RTX in this one? How do I do that? Entity shadows. Where's RTX? First two goes to 8 now. Five by five normal. So where do I do the RTX stuff? Oh, you don't think I can do it? Okay. Yeah, it's interesting that the settings at 1080p and 4K are looking to have the same frames per second. That's odd. A little bit faster with... Oh yeah, it's actually faster with 4K. What in the world is up with that? Super low temperatures. Look at that. 48 degrees on the GPU, 49 on the CPU. This computer might as well be in the refrigerator while you're playing Minecraft. Oh, not sure if the demo does it. Just change headset. Is it the fan I hear right now? So the fans are still running at about 54. It's not too bad. I'm not sure if you can hear the fans or not on this microphone. This is a new headset I got. Sorry. I got a headset so that when I'm doing these big tests, the microphone that I used to use isn't directly next to these two machines that are running at full speed. You might be hearing my M17. I've got the M17 running right next to my X17. So I've got 6 computer fans that are blaring right now. Alright guys, I've been on this for about 4 hours now. I'm going to call it quits. I really appreciate everybody that jumped in on here. I'm going to be doing my full review on Friday and post more up-to-date benchmarks for all of this. And then I'm also going to create a nice little timeline of this with, I just forgot, time codes. Sorry, my brain is fried. I'm tired today. but yeah, the time codes will be in there so that you can click to the different spots that you want to take a look at.